I am here. What's up, illegal? Wheelie tonight was first. What's going on? Were you waking games? Damn it, not first. Welcome in, man. Hope you had a great Christmas. If that's something you do. Yeah, I had a great Christmas. Thanks, man. You bet. Today we're going to be doing some coding. Shit, what did I do to the database? Hope you had a good Christmas too. Merry Christmas, everyone. And we're getting ready for the new year. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, yeah. Let the mission begin. Did I change a translation, maybe? Damn, I don't remember. See if I can recall whatever that change was before I overwrite. Was I making changes to the size of the Arcana and didn't push it? This just sounds insane. I must have... I've got my punch list for today, and hopefully I'll be able to knock it out. So we're going to be jumping between pixel art and coding today. I have the deck builder system moved along. It is definitely progressed further than what it was. And we're going to continue adding functionality to it and potentially some art. So it's on 18. I have this feeling that the steel trap changes didn't get pushed. Wait a second. Well, can't I just do... Did I have unpushed changes here? Get status. I probably just made changes to like the waves or something, because last time we just purely did art. So I'm going to check out the database. Just overwrite that bad boy. Yeah, that was probably it. So, yeah, we're going to continue right now. So I have built the system out so that you can, when you earn your card, the 3 cards pop up. You can select the card that you want, and then it comes down into your interface. And currently, when it goes into the little version of the card, I need to center it and get it so that when you're like maintaining the use of these cards, that we need to do some stuff, some tweaking. So I added the vignette, the dark vignette around, and the title up top. Take up a card, noble one. And then I changed the title card a little bit here, a new font for the title, and then the hover state works. And then when you click on it, it comes down into your interface, and then when you're in the interface and you roll over it, it shows up. And then also if you click it, it like just disappears right now. So we need to add some sort of like animation that shows it being played before like the card itself will like somehow dissolve, and then the actual animation will happen. But there's a couple. So first thing I want to do that I'm going to start working on right now is when you earn a card, I also need to revisit the randomization, because it seems like a lot of repeat cards are happening, and that shouldn't be happening. So I need to like resolve that. But the card, the tiny deck here needs to be like centered, because I think that'll just look a bit better. And as cards are utilized, it needs to like recenter with the new amount of cards. So that's the deal. I'm going to be working on that animation. So work on the randomization so it doesn't show the same cards in the same draw. And next up, get it to center the cards. And then, so we get it to initially center and then recenter upon like adding or removal of cards. And then we want the play the card animation, which I need to just basically come up with a placeholder for now. So I'm going to do something kind of temporary. And there is a couple of bugs that I wanted to address, but I might do that off stream. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that live. We'll see, because that might require like an upper level of concentration. But as you can see, the deck build system is starting to come together. So it's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy about it. The other thing I have to figure out is once you've earned up to 8 cards, I need to figure out what I'm going to do, because currently it just keeps going. It'll like max out here and just continue going on the edge. So I don't know if I should like prevent it from getting to, like, if it gets to 8, it'll like store extra cards somehow. Maybe if I consolidate duplicates, but in the end, I'm going to have like a lot more cards than just the 4. So repeat cards aren't going to be, hopefully not like super common. Right now for the demo, it'll be really common because there's only 4 cards. So naturally, that's just the way it is. So I need to I was thinking of doing like a second row of cards. Potentially, but like stack them a little bit so it isn't like just a straight row on top of a row. Like they'd be slightly overlapped. So then that would give you room to go up to like 16 cards in a level. And I think generally speaking, I'm not going to make it so that you can earn that many cards. So for now, I may just try to restrict it so that it only goes to 8. Just kind of be sure that there's only so much experience to earn, maybe max 8. And I do think consolidating duplicates would be good, but for now, I'm just not going to worry about it until I just figure out what I want to do about kind of balancing to see how often I want to make it so that you can use a card. So first things first, we need to shit, what was the first thing? I had like an extra to do in mind. I wanted to center the card, but there was like something else that I mentioned that I wanted to address. Son of the bitch. Fuck. Was it limiting the excess? I think that's what it was, I guess. It'll come to me. I could like, I think we should just quickly mess with a potential animation. So let me get the art here, the pixel art. Yeah, I had a good Christmas, and definitely continued work on the game, trying to make progress. I didn't work on any art. I was mainly just coding, which is good. Let me compare this against the latest here, make sure I didn't leave anything behind. So I did expand the title ribbon because I changed the font. So that did change. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. Like, I didn't leave any new odd detail behind. So this is the new guy. So we'll create another one. So, in terms of animating this, I need to create like a universal animation for when a card is being played. And I want the initial card to kind of like magic away, basically. And with STL, in terms of masking, I can't have like a really dynamic, like a fire burning things away, like in a really dynamic way. It has to be a very like straight elimination in terms of masking. So it just has to be like a straight line going up through it all. But I can put whatever thickness of effect on the edge of it. And considering that I needed to encompass the entire width potentially here, and it's gonna bleed off the top, that means I'm gonna have to create a completely new sprite for this. So we'll just do that actually. So I use this as a baseline, and then we need to create some extra space here. How much extra? I don't know. So let's see. So if we got 20 frames, 179, Hopefully 20 frames will be nice enough. 179 divided by 20. So we're talking about 9 pixels. So the idea is to make this animation dynamic. So I just have to create an animation that's going to cover the cards while it's doing this. So I'll be like naturally through the code masking away the image like this. But you know, I got to create FPO here so that I can simulate it. So here I'm just going for something, a very linear animation. Very consistent, because it's all just blocking away at 9. I could put in like a ease in or something maybe later if I feel like it's needs it. But that shouldn't be too hard to adjust. And yeah, today I'm actually streaming at my somewhat normal time. It's a miracle. Let's see how long I'll last tonight. I've already been working all day. Well, really just the latter half of the day. So I'm like swinging back to that nighttime schedule, which is perfect timing because it's about to be New Year's. And I may stream on New Year's. So there we go. It's just slowly masking away. And so now we need to create some sort of effect around it. Kind of thinking I need it to be a bit taller too. The base is fine, but the height, top part, push to 250 maybe. So let's see. I could potentially have it match the card, the type of card that it is, maybe. Or just be lazy about it. And not do that at all. What's up, Nick? Welcome in. Finally catching you streaming. What's up, Tesla? Welcome in, man. Yeah, I'm kind of back to that normal schedule, at least for today. Working on Arcana cards. Yeah, I'm working on the deck building system. So I've started the interface. I got the coding much farther along. So when you earn a card, you know, it's the cards have been updated, new title fonts, and all the rollovers work now. And when you click it, it shrinks down into your interface, and then when you roll over it in your interface, you can see the card. And when you click the card, it just disappears right now. And I need to create an animation like you're playing the card. And so for now, I'm just coming up with this simple idea of just kind of burning away the card with like some magic energy on it. And that way it's, you know, we have something started. And I hope, you know, I might evolve it in the future, but for now I just need something temporary to get me started with getting the coding in for it, you know? That's what we're starting here today. So I'm just doing this kind of like magic flame. And I'm considering making it match the school of magic that it represents. Might be fun. Not too hard, just a hue change. Though it will bulk up the sprite, but not a big deal. That animation where they drop in and flip over is really nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, so that's all dynamic. And we're just basically going to be refining that today on stream, because I need to make the small cards reorganize when new cards are added and taken away. And then after that, I might actually get the basic code. You know, have the initial effects of the AoEs on the enemies. That's on the docket. Meow. Looks like it's like scanning or something. So let's see. Let's get onion skin about it. I think I'll start by animating it in place here so I can create some energy here. By the way, Tuesday, you will be launching your app for closed beta testing. Nice, Tesla. Hope it goes well. Have you been getting good feedback so far? Feedback is very good. Just feedback from family and friends. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I was like just contacting my younger brother, making sure that he'd be ready for playtesting for my game, or at least be able to run the game, be into it. He seemed like he was down. He's an avid gamer. I would say he's generally good. Yeah, kind of like the universal gamer vibe. And I got some other friends who definitely are willing. I hope that goes well for you, my friend. I know it's difficult, like just keeping it together, making a game, making an app. It's just so much stuff. You think it's harder to find testers than real users? Yeah, that's why they like pay QA teams, you know? But I think that's can be one of your indicators that if you can get people using the beta, be a good sign. I'm definitely worried about getting enough feedback as well. But you just do your best and keep it going. Gotten good feedback as a beta tester from one or two of my friends who are mobile game devs. If you want some help, appreciate you. Not without bias as a developer myself, but they appreciate my bug reports and ability to write a user story. Nice. Yeah, when it gets around to like having the demo, like I need to figure out how to make it a very simple process. I heard that Kuju, who's doing Fat Goblins, he was talking about, I think on a Twitter post, how he's like going to be reviewing playtest footage. So it seems like he has some easy way to record game footage, which is probably something to do with, I think he's using Godot with his own personal extensions and stuff. It just like made me think like, you need to come up with like a simple reporting system or a way to record what's happening. In the end, just having some sort of like easy reporting system is bare minimum, you know? So it's easy to gather the data. From an iPhone, you can record over USB, QuickTime without any special software. I think you might be able to do that over Wi-Fi now too. But by USB, it's been there for years. Use that for bug reports with my friends for Alpha Pit. And love his little studio's named Rocket Ship Park. Cool. Yeah, I think at least having like a nice place for people to go and leave descriptions of what's happening and perhaps some screenshots at the very, very least. Obviously like screen recordings would be really helpful, but I don't know if I could like readily ask that of people. This is like some way I can kind of build it in, you know? I think for now I'll like not think too much about it until the time comes, because I might be able to get by with just descriptions. I mean, it's how I've worked with clients for, 20 years. People just telling me what's going wrong and then just using the description to duplicate the bug myself, because in the end I'd have to anyways, but don't want to like have too much of a barrier to entry, because if people are like, if I'm asking everyone to do screen recordings, it might be too much. There's a web app where you can see live what the users are doing on your website. I don't know what it works on my apps. Lots of ways to handle bug reports. Yeah. I'm probably just going to end up doing like Discord, you know? Discord with screenshots, I'd imagine. Hotjar. If you build a replay feature into the game, it make it even easier for them to grab the moment that matters. Yeah, true. But if it's a bug too, it's like, how well are you going to be able to capture that moment? But replay would be good. Just generally designing some sort of reporting that'd be meaningful. Something I haven't really done yet. I need to start thinking about how I'm going to start accumulating data for score, you know? And I think in some way that could inform bugs and stuff. Potentially. What's up, Cave? Welcome in. That's a factor. If the bug is the replay, then you're shit out of luck. What am I making right now? I'm currently working on a flame animation that's going to burn up the card. And I gotta make sure that we are on the baseline here. But yeah, I'm working on the deck builder system. So yeah, I make the flame kind of like burn up the card when you play it. And I'm working on the deck builder interface specifically. So I just need this animation. It's kind of like an initial idea that I'm just going to put this into action and then decide how I want to refine it later. So this is just to get something going. But the more decent I make it, the better it'll be easier it'll be to work with it. So let's see, this is that. All right. Now, we just need to move it into place. If you're wondering, I'm not doing anything. I'm just chilling, playing Zelda. Nice. I hope you're enjoying your break. Just moving forward on the game over here. Didn't do any art over the past couple of days during the Christmas break, but I did get a decent amount of code done. So the deck builder interface is definitely starting to get fleshed out. Get the feeling it's a little too slow.
Come on.
Zoro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey Bits, what's going on? It's going pretty good. Moving along in the deck builder system here. Come up with a quick animation. And I'm going to get back into the code. Dick's coming along nicely. Thanks, man. I've been working on some animations this week for my characters to walk. I'm much of an animator. Takes time. Well, here, let me show you what dynamic animation for the deck builder system I've got so far. I think y'all might have seen the initial kind of flip, but I've added the vignette here now, the black overlay with the text on top. And then I changed the text around on the cards a little bit and improve their spacing, and now you get the hover, and when you click on one it shrinks and goes into your interface, and when you hover over it you see the card full on. And right now what I'm working on is when you click on a card you play it, and right now it just disappears. And so I need to put in some sort of like animation that just says like you played a card. And so for now, I'm going to put in this animation where it just kind of burns up. And just perhaps later come up with another idea or just refine this one. But for now, this is where I'm going with it. Just to kind of get something started. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. Deck builder interface. Yeah, legs can be tough, man. It's really nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, I hear that, man. Getting natural anatomy is definitely troublesome. I'm still working on my capsule art and thinking about what I might need to do to improve the anatomy. It's always a concern because you don't want to look like amateurish by having just simple anatomy mistakes. So I'm like taking my sweet time. But I'm actually almost done with the capsule art. I just need to sit down for another session or two to finish it up. Doing all the things, little by little, it's all getting done. Dragoon, what's going on? It's going pretty good. Just trying to get a temporary animation going for the play card animation. So it's like gonna do this, dissolve the card, and then it'll like play like the full-on like animation of what it's supposed to do. Like it's a AoE, then there'll be like AoE animation or whatever. So this is like the kickoff of it. Is this Metal Gear Solid music? It is from Monster Hunter, I believe. Monster Hunter. Looks like the Node from Domino's Pizza. The Noid. Are you talking about like the goblin himself? So this will be, let's write this down, this deviation right here. All right, so that's, okay. When you export this from A-Sprites, what does the file look like? Well, you're about to see. Just got to get this measurement, this new measurement down. So I'm about ready to implement this. There's no 21 by 56. All right. There you go. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Just like that. Oh, happy holidays, Twerkle. A lot of wasted space. Well, that is the way it is when it comes to transparent stuff. And I'm going to have to sync up a dynamic animation with this sprite sheet animation as well. Can you translate the effect vertically as it goes? But I guess there's just no need to save that space. Yeah, there's really no need to save it. You're right. I could like... To be honest, I think it's probably a better idea to put it to not have the movement, come to think of it. Because I put a bit of an ease in, like an ease on it. And I think it'll be easier to match up if I just put it all into a single line. That means I'd have to bottom align it. But if I do keep it on a consistent line, it'll allow me to play with the dynamic animation a little easier and maintain a sync. That means I'm going to need to make sure that base has 45. And then the top. Has, well, that part will just work itself out. Hey! And you could also like make it go as long or as fast as you want, I guess. Yeah, I just, since I have to match it with the dynamic masking out of an image dynamically, I want to put it together, you know. What's up, Zombie? Thank you so much for the raid. How did the stream go? What up, Blitz? Welcome in, my friend. How are you folks? Hope you're having a good day. Zombie. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. Once things actually started going, yeah, like when I was initially in your stream, you were having a lot of lag issues. Or I was having lag issues. I don't know what was going on, but at least I got to say hello. For that, I am happy. For that, I am grateful. What can I do but be grateful? Let's see. We need to put in a guide. So show. God. How do you show rulers? Layer edges, grid, auto guides. Is there not a ruler? Is there not a ruler in this game? In this program? It was all you. Always good to see you, my wonderful sir. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Good old zombie crew. Happy to see ya. I'm just kicking it live, as they say, trying to come up with the interface system. Here, Zombie, let me show you what we're working on here. I'm currently, I'm still reworking the background art, by the way, but I'm working on this system. It's the deck builder system. So the cards being dealt, and they come in, they flip around, and I got like all like the hover states, and then when you click on one, it shrinks up and goes into your hand, and then when you roll over it, you can see the card. And currently the animation that I'm working on is when you click on it from here to play the card, it's going to do like a little animation to show that you're playing the card. And so what I'm going to do is like have it like do a little burn up thing. And then it's going to like play the animation for the power. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, she. We're listening to Monster Hunter music and just chilling. We're just chilling. Everyone's getting their projects done, hanging out, enjoying the end of their break. Let's see. Let's do a little ugly mustard. Everyone loves a nice ugly mustard. So we'll put it on that line, actually. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to bring all the animation down so that it just stays on the same line. So it's easier for me to match this to a dynamic animation I've got to do. And I had already like made the animation statically and then I moved it into place. So I'm already kind of like undoing this. So but I'm still glad I did it that way because I got more of like a natural effect for things. What? Give me all the frames, guys. Every one of them. Awesome sauce. Well, Zombie, thank you for the raid. Go and chill and relax. I will do my best to take care of your crew and take care of yourself. Enjoy this weekend. And it's been so nice to catch up with you. She what's up with you, man? You're just gonna be seeing me in focus mode. I'm slowly making progress, getting the game almost ready to demo. And then I'll be like trying to get playtest stuff, getting feedback from peeps. People can tell me when it's breaking or things I can do to improve the game, make it more fun. All in due time. But I'll be releasing the demo through the Steam page, which I gotta still put that app through the approval process. I've just been procrastinating, focusing on just general stuff for the game. I need to have like enough of the game built so that I can make like a little trailer. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why I've been procrastinating. And I'm not really procrastinating per se. I'm just like, actually, we gotta move all that stuff together. I'm just at getting the game done. Looking better every time I stop by. What's up, Sergeant Pepper? Welcome in, man. Yeah, it's coming along. So let's do a nice little trim. And then we can figure out how does this connect. So it's going to be like this. We're about to implement this. I always struggle to remember how like SDLs, how I can like crop an image with the source without distorting the image. So I'm probably going to struggle with that. I feel like I can never fully wrap my head around the difference between the source rectangle and the destination rectangle. So it's 14x 48y. It's actually minus 14x minus 48y from the bottom. All right. Wah, 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 wah. Okay. So now the sprite sheet's going to look a little different. It's a little bit smaller, but it's going to make it easier to sync up the animation with the dynamic animation that I need to do. So that's my main reason for doing it. I don't really care about the space that I saved. I just want to make it easy to stitch together the dynamic animation with this static one. Adrian, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, so we've got the animation. Let's actually bring up the old one here and just let it play in the background as inspiration. That's what we're trying to achieve here. And I'm going to close the backgrounds sprite until actually I'm working on it. Just to save on space. Okay, so I guess I only need one copy of this on the interface. So we're going to create a texture for this effect, and then we'll just reuse it. Have I imported looping sprites? So I think I'll just do this with an A sprite, and we can kind of manually animate this effect with the card. Should I stick it inside? Nah, we're gonna do this effect within interface. Okay, I'm just organizing my thoughts here. Card used up effect. Yeah, that's right, Arya. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm just trying to think how I'm gonna code this. So we will need the texture. We will call it card fire. And then when we build interface, I'm gonna use this same, oh shit. I'm actually just gonna use this same code. Actually, I can just reuse it like this. So we'll reuse the same loaded surface. Because once we create the texture from it, it breaks free, and then we will go card played fire. And then we will load it into card fire texture. And we're also going to have to create a rectangle for it. It is going to give me like the texture width. Looks dope. You're just lurking here, working and lurking. That sounds good, Ari. Welcome in. Okay. You know what? We're not going to create the direct texture for it. We're going to create... When I created the whatchamacall earlier, I made the vignette sprite. And I'm going to make... Now I'm going to make a... Cardfire sprite. You know what, I think I'll just make it directly. And then I won't need this loaded surface business. We can just create it here. Shit, I just realized something. This is the loot animation. Is this even working anymore? Thanks for stopping by, 8-Bits. Yeah, that's fine. Not when I move. Yeah, it seems okay. All right, all right. So this sprites. When we build interface, the first sprite that I add so that's pushed into loot sprites. Rock and roll zombie. So it is the crosshair. That just seemed insane to me. Why would I have done that? Why did I do it? Oh, shit. This is probably not going to build. Oh, it just might. All right, so let's get this built. All right, 171 by 102. All right, seems fine. All right, moving on. Now we need a source rectangle. So it's going to be 0, 0, 171 by 102. And destination rectangle. What am I missing? Dude, why is this? What is it like? Not like about this situation here? Probably doesn't like how I just try to instantiate these wrecks like this. I guess. Is that why you're angry with me? I would like to move the animation upward, but initially I won't, just to get the alignment a little easier. No fade. And I believe I also need to do the animation to the destination as well. So 19 frames. Actually, I think this we go up to frame 13. So 80 times 13. All right. All right, so I'm just doing a return here. I could put conditions on all the, there's just 2 other locations. I'd put conditions to say if it's been played, don't do anything else. In which case, I wouldn't be needing to run this stuff either. Just to save a little bit of functionality there. If it's played, then it's just going to run this. And probably just do a function. So when it's fully played completed, it'll erase it. Should probably do like a fade out on the little card. Okay, so we don't need to change this stuff. This part can stay the same. Part can stay the same. Then we really need to factor this part. So we want to do fade out. And the duration. Probably just half a second would be good. And that gives us our fade easing that we will apply to the little card. And we gotta go into the updates. What's up, Check? Glad to get you live again. Keep up the great work. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. So we're going to apply a fade to this on the texture. Of the secondary sprite. All right, so that's going to fade out the little card. Then the other card is just going to, like, hopefully just do the cropping. Just vertically, like, crop itself without hopefully distorting. So that's the goal here. And I'm currently adjusting the height of the source rectangle and the destination rectangle. I don't know if I need to do this within the render rectangle. I'm pretty sure I can get away with it on the source, but I'm adjusting the destination rectangle with it. And I think if I don't do that, it'll distort. So let's try this. So when we click it, it shouldn't erase it till the played complete. So this entire animation is fully ran. So this is without the fire. This is like the bare bones of the animation. The initial step. Yeah, I always forget because I know when we're dealing with the SDL render copy, the source rectangle is the rectangle that is used to set the coordinate and the width and height on the sprite sheet. And then the destination is how it like renders on the actual buffer. All right, it looks like it didn't. It almost looks like it just jumped. Ooh, plus I also got to factor in the text somehow. But it's like, at least the little card disappeared with a nice fade. But this is, okay, so this is with the source rect and the rect. Do I actually have to adjust this, the rectangle? Okay, so what is in here? All right, the height is totally messed up. It does go to 0. Okay, so first things first, we got to correct the size that the animation is using. So this width and height, truth be told, that wouldn't change. Why is that messed? Is that for the little guy? Oh, I did that for the description part. Oh, that's the wrong. Okay, we got to use the card destination, not the simple mishap here. All right, so this all has to be this instead. Not the description, the card. All right, we'll take it from there. So if we get the appropriate size, is it gonna... See, I'm not sure if if the render rectangle is gatekeeping the proper source and destination rectangle. Actually, I think that would gatekeep the source, not the destination. So destination is going to get adjusted. So it's whether or not the actual source is getting adjusted. So it still may like warp it. But at least in this case, it's like going to be the proper card size. Yeah, it looks like it's stretching it or squishing it. So I don't think the source rect is correct. So then we have to apply that. So the render rectangle, current frame. We'll apply to both. Let's see if that covers our ass. So the render rectangle, it represents the individual frames. So when I bring in an image that's a sprite sheet, I have a source rectangle for each, essentially for each individual frame. And so since it is a sprite sheet, it is likely that the source wasn't getting adjusted because it's based on that rect within the render rectangle. So we're going to see how this pans out. Hopefully it'll be better. That's one of the reasons why I always get confused, because I'm like dealing with the few sets of the source rectangle. Okay. All right, so far so good. Wait. Okay, so it's properly running it on the... Okay, so actually I remember now the glow... I thought it might be able to rely on the source rectangle, but we have to remember what the glow number is. So let's drop down into the draw function where I actually do it. So where's the glow? Okay, card glow. That's it. Teleport back to the other place and let's do card glow number. We'll adjust that height along with it. So we adjust both of these heights together and the destination height all collectively. All right, I think that should be it, at least with the initial cropping. The initial cropping of the J image. Now I'm like applying the animation outside of Like I'm doing it on the interface where I'm applying this fire effect, but I'm mainly doing that so that I can just keep one copy of the sprite around and then just reuse it a bunch of times. So it'll be interesting actually how it pans out. Is this where we regret rolling it all from scratch? What's up, casual? Oh, I have many days like that. This deck builder system this interface stuff has been a little bit of a pain in the ass. What's going on, man? So yeah, like, but I regret nothing. I'm really not doing stuff that's all that complicated. All right, it's properly cropping beautifully. Okay, the trick is, how am I going to crop that text? I could just fade the text out, or I could... Well, the trick is, the problem is, all right, it's working, so let's look at the big version of it again. The problem is the text shows up at different areas. Ooh, that's really fast. Regret nothing. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, I will regret nothing. Casual, hope you had a Merry Chrysler, Merry Christmas. So... the text, like for instance, on that one, like the meteor storm, we've got the title up top, and the description is always generally in the same place within a few pixels. So that I could probably come up with some sort of like cropping, but the title, I mean, so far the title is actually only in 2 specific locations. So that I could probably just fade it out, honestly, at the right time, depending on its placement. And then the description, we need to add in the description animations. Merry Subaru Winter Sales Event. Merry Chrysler. Merry Christmas. It's almost the new year. We got it. We're at this point, we have to start thinking about what are the things that we're going to do to change our lives? What is going to make this next year kick ass? I already know what I'm doing. Build game, release game. All right. You know what this means, guys? We're going to have to add in a whole other animation. A whole other animation for the rest of the shit. So played title easing. And that's probably just going to be a fade. And then played description easing. I'm just trying to find the stupidest ways to say these words. Words. All right, we'll get this fade on. We're gonna get our fade on. You're gonna get that purple check mark. Ooh. Not a bad goal, not a bad goal indeed. You do have a high quality stream. Indeed, everyone says so. High class, high class. You know, for this one, we're just going to zero stuff out for the title because I just want a nice fade. I don't care about these other things. I needed to come up with just a fade function so I don't have to do this. But in the moment, I'm too lazy, so we will not. But in the future, I need to develop this further. But on the title, we are not going to do anything but fade. Just gonna fade it out. Right at the last seconds, we'll just say an 825 fade with a 1, and we're gonna get play title easing, and we're gonna fade out at the last half seconds. It really depends on if it's high or below. I believe in you, Casual. I believe in you. I certainly need to get back to making content for other platforms like YouTube, making YouTube videos, YouTube Shorts. And looks like we have TikTok for another month, so I probably should release some shorts on TikTok. Just keep trying to spread the word. I've just been so focused on building game lately that I haven't been doing much marketing outside of streaming, which is bad. Bad streamer. Bad streamer! But I cannot say that I regret the focus I've put into the game, so. What are you gonna do? Oh, you know, wait a second. The fade out. This is gonna go with the fade in out. Maybe that's why it looks so fast. It really was fast. Like too fast. I'm just gonna double it. .08. Perfect double. Indeed. Yeah, I've been dropping the ball with some of the extra marketing, but I'm in a crucial transition in the game. Just about to get the Steam page live. So kind of putting all my juice into that. All right, so last 50% fade. We should probably detect whether or not it's a upper or lower title, in which case, for now, I can hard code it to on the card, on the title Y. Title Y. I've got it right here. I've got it. I've got the information right here. Title Y. If title Y and Y? And Y? How did I end up translating this off of the data? Keep an eye out. I will let you know when it happens, yeah. I was consistently putting shorts out every week. I think most people recommend you put out a short like every day. I was at least doing it once a week, and then I just started doing it every 2 weeks, and then I stopped, and it's been like a month. So I need to get back to putting stuff out. But I have like a plan. I've learned some stuff on how I want to like change it up, and hopefully do better with my shorts. And ever since I learned some new stuff, I haven't gotten back to it. So I'm a little bitch. You just can't sit down and make a YouTube video once per week. Ooh, yeah. See, like I'm just trying to make shorts. Like just a short alone is like, it's too high of a bar. What can I say? I'm a lazy piece of shit. What's up, Expanded? Welcome in. You went to sleep at 10, hoping to sleep like 14 hours, and I wake up at 12 and can't fall back asleep. Well, welcome in. Hopefully we can relax you here with my ASMR coding. I know I'm a very relaxing person to listen to while you're trying to sleep. I'm just trying to entertain myself. I hope it is okay with you. The problem with game dev is there isn't much to make shorts out of. I agree. My shorts were completely centered around game updates, which put pressure on me to get stuff done and presentable constantly. And I still want to do updates, basically devlogs, but I realize I'm gonna have to break away a little bit, you know? Like talking about game dev in general so that I can keep it going. Because what's the point of the shorts? It's not solely focused on trying to show what's happening with what I'm developing. It's just trying to get people aware that I'm building a game. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, look at all this, like everything I did in the past, like, 10 hours. It's like, nah. It's just, hey, I'm a game dev. This is what I'm doing. Hello, hi, how are you? Come hang out. Or wish list the game, just stuff like that. And so it doesn't have to be centered around game updates. It shouldn't be. Not always. But really, I need to just organize myself. Once I have the Steam page live, it's go time. I have to come up with a hard plan to dedicate to just constantly pumping out shorts. I don't think I'll be able to do YouTube videos full on, but that would be a good idea if I did. At least I'm sending my live to YouTube. Like I'm, streaming both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Occasionally I only stream to Twitch, but for the most part, I stream to both. So that kind of acts as like a long form video for people that want to kind of check on things. But I can't imagine those videos do super well considering they're generally around 12 hours long. And so people are like not going to watch for 12 hours necessarily. They kind of probably just chime in, like, hang out for a little bit and do their thing. And I just can't imagine that's great for the algorithm, So it'd be like, it'd make more sense to do like a stream highlights reel or something. Maybe like turn it into like a speed paint or something with like a voiceover. I don't know. But it all takes effort. So where am I? What am I doing? Who's your daddy and what does he do? I've completely lost focus. Let's change that. So I was gonna try to pinpoint where I'm bringing in this title Y, and that is coming in. That's when we do the deal cards function, and then I'm creating the card itself. Where's that title information? So right there, that's the card data. And that comes in here, T card. See, that's the T card destination Y. T card. I don't save T card, do I? I do save it. So I just got to access it through card, which is just a reference. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So all we got to do is pop on down to here. We just popping around. And here where I'm creating this, I go card. And it's a reference to a pointer. Oh, nope. We go title Y. If title Y, let's just say generally, if it's less than 50, then it'll be considered an upper and then otherwise it's a lower. So if it's an upper, we want it to fade out at the last like 70%. And if it's in the you know what? We're gonna have to match the animation at least here, so we'll make a. Oh my god, what the hell was I updating? No, see, that was the wrong number. Oh my god. Thank goodness I was doing that. Alright, so card final. So that's fade and that's duration. Proper. And this is 0.5 secondary thing. That's fine. That's just like a secondary thing. Let's put this up here so then we can kind of think of it collectively. So this is going to take in the duration, same duration as the background image of the card. And this is like the title that we're going to fade out at a proper time. You enjoy watching some streamer VODs. If they're too long, I'll just watch it over multiple days. Awesome. Well, on YouTube, I send some lo-fi music to it that is constantly, it's also streamed, the same lo-fi music is streamed to my my Twitch VODs. So that way, at least there's some sort of music on my VODs on both YouTube and in Twitch. So only Twitch we're able to hear like this Monster Hunter music and like whatever I'm listening to on Spotify, because I can like, for whatever reason, we can just only do it live, and then all the recorded stuff is royalty-free business. So it's like you get a little bit of a different vibe when you're live, but I think the lo-fi music is still pretty decent. If you're just trying to sit down and like focus and work along with me, it works. Sometimes I even turn it on myself just to kind of, just see what I'm putting out there. So, all right. So if it's initially, if it's on the bottom, then I'm going to want to do it. Let's just say we'll do half. And that comes in as a float, so that's fine. All right, so we'll do half of it and then say that you need to be half the speed. And we want to have you basically just fade out 80%. Now here's the tricky part. The description's always like in the same location. And so we're going to do this for the play title easing. Play description easing. We're going to say boom. Grab this. So this doesn't change. But we'll still put it all in just so we know what's what. We got description stuff, and then it goes to a 0. Now, I guess I'll do the same. We can do the same thing here. So we want it to fade out quickly. So we're going to say, oh, I guess I should hide the database so you can see what the F I'm doing. Sorry, guys. So just updating this animation stuff here. And this is RS Easing stands for Rian Studio. It's like a easing class I created so I can dynamically animate stuff. And This animation is simply, this one actually is not a fade. This is going to be the same. It's going to crop vertically, but I'm trying to make it so that it's like less time. So we're just going to have to, this one we're just going to have to wing it and see what's up, basically. Just watch it and then fix it. So we'll calibrate this one manually, and the same with the other thing, the other one. So we'll get all this fundamental stuff built, and then over top of it, we'll put the flaming animation that hides all this business, hopefully. So we just kind of have to ballpark it, get it like working within like a close enough. Like it just has to be like enough to hide behind the flame, basically. Let's see. So we can reuse. Don't I have description indexes? We got text easing. No, not that. What about other integers? We got the text easing index. Am I going to be able to use that text easing index if we're creating those animations? Could be different. Shit. Okay, so I'm going to need one more integer here. Description easing index, which I'll just call desk easing index. And then we gotta create this with a description. Don't think we'll need it on both of these. Just gonna need one. So we're gonna say description easing goes up when description easing exceeds the played description easing. I don't care about this. We can do the same. Shit, no. We'll just slowly. We'll match it. Okay, so the description. Where's the rectangle? I have a built-in rectangle for it. So here we go. The source rectangle. And so then what are you angry about? Ignoring that for a moment, and then we need the destination rectangle for the description. We increment the oh, that's okay. That's why that's wrong. So this needs to be the descripts, the desk easing index. It's like, why are you trying to use a vector as your indexing thing, you fool? And I don't blame it. I was a fool. And that'll just hold fast. When it's at 0, it'll just be zeroed out, and that'll be fine. And then we're going to run this same code for the text. And then we have to make sure and set both the desk easing index and the title easing index to 0. And then we got to go with this one. What is this? What is the texture? The title texture. We got our easing for this text easing index dot alpha, and we will increment through that. Checking against the played title easing. We're not going to hide it. So we've got our description crop, title fade. We should put the title on top. Crop BG image, and then fade small card. Okay. So when we do the played function, we also need to set this index to 0 and the desk easing index to 0. Now let's get ourselves back to the easing where we do the animation, where we create it. And so this animation and this animation is new, and we're going to see what it does. I'm gonna hide. Let's see, I actually want to move some of this stuff around. So I don't have to scroll this too much. And while this builds, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. While it builds, and then I'll come back and test. Hopefully we're making good progress. All right, BRB. I have returned. But I must grab snacks. Found a snack. All right, let's test it. Where are we at? Did it work? So basically what we're going to be watching for here is that the description. So right here, the description text and the title go away. So the description text is going to crop up just like the card, and the title is just going to fade out. And then if this kind of looks relatively okay, probably go through an adjustment, probably 2 passes or so of like adjusting its timing and how, you know, if there's something's off about it. Then we'll go through and add the green flame over top of it to kind of cover up the cropping. So let's select one. Let's just do one without debugging. All right. The description didn't look like it cropped at all. So I must be... And yeah, so like the title is like fading too slow, or it's like too much too soon. All right, so description, why are you not looking correct? I bet you. So in this animation here, I'm setting it to the description source and the description destination, a rectangle like so. So then when I go to draw the description, okay, so we have to modify it within the A sprite. That's the problem with that. What about the scroll? Do we have to do that? We're gonna have to like fade it out or something. Okay, so here for this one, at least we know we can do this. Description, source. It is an A sprite, but we aren't using frames to render it. I don't believe. So let me see. There's like a reset function here. What do I reset? So I'm just utilizing that basic thing. Scroll. I do have to worry about the scroll bar. So we're gonna have to add some data so that the scroll bar shows up. I'm gonna sneeze. not on my watch. Okay, so with the title at the top one, I'm going to change that to like the last tail end of it. And this one is too soon. So we'll push that one back too. All right, let's test these both. While I eat a snack. I got some Christmas goodies. It's totally old man food. I got some digestives. I just like digestives. I got this fig and jalapeno. It's like a fig and chili spread that I put on the digestives, and it almost tastes like angel thumbprints. I've got some 72% dark chocolate from Godiva, and it's got these like individual like wrapped bars. I'm gonna have some of that. Also got some fudge and some butter cookies left. I almost ate them all. Alright. It looked like maybe we... Alright, so the timing on this is not good. Let's ease in and out. I'm trying to make it all relative, but maybe I should get more precise with it, but I don't know. For now, it's fine. Let's just say it's 80%. Duration times 80%. And I want you to go out. In the last 20%. Actually make it shorter. And yeah, it's the same thing with the render rectangle here. So on the source, we've got to replace this with render rectangle current frame.h. No, dot rect.h. You want to know what this song is all about? Dark chocolate. Alright, it's building. Dark chocolate. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Belgium. I think I've got a little coffee left here. Mm-mm-mm. That's right, still going for sure. The tablet I'm using is a Wacom 16-inch. Give me like an allocator issue. What the hell is that? That actually looked like okay timing, I think, for the... That might be okay timing for the title. But the description is still morphing. And right there gave me an allocator thing, so operator delete. What exactly is happening here? Yeah, it does have this screen. Gives me this new allocator situation. Why are you doing this to me? If it was erased, it would be gone. I don't preemptively erase anything. I need more chocolate. I can't think without more chocolate. But first I'm gonna have some sunflower seeds. Yeah, I got this Wacom pad for drawing digitally, which I mainly do in Clip Studio Paint. And then when I started doing pixel art for the game, I just naturally tried it out on the Wacom and it worked great, so... feel like there's a stray call somewhere because that new allocator thing that kept cropping up, but I don't know. And this description A sprite doesn't actually have frames. But when we naturally draw, we always use that rect. So the real question is, when I create the animation, is there something messed up with the original creation? Well, I did. I think I added something, so let's at least test what I added. What the hell is going on? I'm not sure yet. We're getting closer though. Once I get this cropping dynamically correctly on the description without it getting stretched, like it, or not stretched but squashed. When the squashing stops, it just, you know, crops it. Then we'll move on to the adding the green fire. What's up, Moo? What's up, Moo? I'm eating chocolate. All right, we need to look at the stack and just see where this came from. Something in my cleanup here. Trying to backtrack to like where always got the good snacks. Yeah, that's right. Well, we got Christmas snacks now. So this one's the juice. So it's when I'm deallocating a shared pointer on an A sprite. So let's look at What shared pointers do we have? So it has to be within the card because that's what's getting deleted. The card itself is an A sprite. And when I create the card, I'm making a unique card sprite. Where is it? I demand to know. So we need to locate see what's going on in the destructor here. I reset the scroll. I reset the secondary sprite. I destroy the texture. I'm not resetting the description. Let's hope that... I don't think that would fix it, but... Got that chocolate buzz. I'm relying on the description draw. I didn't do anything with the scroll. Maybe we should be addressing the scroll. Maybe that could be a source of the issue. But I also don't want to like fan the flame. Sometimes that's good. It's good to see all the mess. Then just think you need to fix part of it when it could all be connected. Is there a shared pointer here? I haven't done shared pointers in the code for a long time. So there it is. That's got to be it. Okay, so this has a shared pointer to the scroll window. And then when I destroy the scroll, I'm resetting that shared pointer. So I'm treating it as a shared pointer. And I think that's okay. So when I bring it into here, I don't create a shared pointer. So T scroll, oh no, it does pass in as a shared pointer.
And you don't want to know what? It's not a shared pointer.
It's a unique pointer. So that means if I'm going to be utilizing the scroll class that I created, when I instantiate, oh fuck, it is a shared pointer. I was convinced that I'd made a unique pointer and I was passing it a unique, and that would cause the issue. All right, when you're destroyed, what's the destruction order here? All right, here's the destructor. I do the scroll first. I guess I try it after. Clear secondary easing. Am I clearing all of these? There's so many effing vectors. Oh man, what's up? And I fucked this up. So all I really did here, I moved the scroll reset till after description. Need an array of vectors or a vector of vectors almost. I know. I should probably come up with a better organization for all these dynamic animations, each one carrying these vectors. It's getting out of hand at this point. These are all just like little animations for different moments. And what's making it especially messy is that I have the background image of the card. I have the title, so that has its own set of stuff. Then I have the description. And then on top of that, I have the tiny icon of the card. So all those mixed together. And then I have like this big old mess of animations of like fading stuff in, flipping the card around. Then you click on the card and it shrinks down into the interface. And then now we're working on the animation. When you click it, the card disappears and the little card fades away. So yeah, there's a lot of like intricate dynamic animations that have to occur with this. So it's a lot. Just stopping by to wish happy holidays. Happy holidays. What's going on, man? Christmas is over, so I'm late, but whatever. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy Christmas. VS Code. Yeah, this is VS Code. Indeed. Not Visual Studio Code. Why are you resetting the smart pointers in the destructor? Won't that happen automatically when their constructors are called implicitly? Yep. It's overkill. It's unnecessary. And I have control issues. The whole point of smart pointers is that so you don't have to do that. But this helps me to think about what's going on. Complete function is null. Now, I don't know why this animation is not looking correct. Maybe we're just gonna have to look at it. We have to debug. And I also would like to debug on this constructor. I want to see if when I'm manually resetting the scroll, if that's where that shared pointer new allocator issue comes up. Because I can't think of any other place where it'd be coming up. So we'll be checking that, and we'll be checking this main animation, get this crop working. I don't know what the deal is. Fair enough. Yeah, I know that smart pointer is like, I know it's kind of pointless. I tend to overkill, like do stuff overkill a little bit. I did see this short one time recently where this girl's like talking about boomer programmers and how they tend to like overwrite, like they write too much code. And she showed this example of like this function which was completely written just to set a boolean to one value. And it was like this whole ass function like to another function that was setting a boolean. It was like ridiculous. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh my God, I do it too. I do unnecessary like over coding sometimes. Okay. We're gonna have 2 deletions there, and those go off without a hitch. All right, let's see why this animation's messy. So this, hide the stack and show me, basically, I want to see let's see the played description animation. So it starts out with a height 32. All right. So that all looks good. Oh. Let's see what's going on here. What the devil am I doing, man? I'm trying to use the current frame, but not the real current frame of the description. That's why it's broke ass. And this is unnecessary. Now we're good. Now it should work. And we're still going to leave the breakpoint for the destructor. Get rid of these. I'm actually going to keep that breakpoint though, just so I can pop on back there, pop around. Are there shared pointers being reset? Shared pointers should only be reset when they run out of owners. Ooh, that's what I'm doing. Yep. But as far as I know, if you run a reset on a shared pointer, it's only going to increment down on the ownership. Is there an error? I guess not. We should look into that because I'm definitely doing that, and that could be the source of the issue. But I don't think that's a problem. So I'm pretty sure that when you reset, it knows. Right. 1, 2, go. All right. Okay. It ran it proper. All right. I wanted to see if I get that allocation error. Usually when you walk through stuff, it doesn't. So right there, description A sprite, reset. That's the first reset of the shared pointer. I switched it around. Before, it was the scroll was getting reset before the description. And the scroll has a reference to the secondary sprite or the description sprite, because that's the window that it's scrolling on, and that's how they're connected. And so this might be an occasion where I just need to get rid of the reset. But so right now it's going to reset that. Boom. Fine. Boom. It doesn't seem to be angry about it. So let's take off the breakpoint and let's test it further. See if we can get that new allocation error. So I do need to change the animation on the description box. It goes a little too soon, I think. Yeah, like it goes like way too soon. I don't know if we need to slow it down. Let's add a couple. I'm not getting it now. It might have been changing that order fixed it. Okay, so let's try to think about what I'm gonna do here. For the title fade, it's a little too late. So we need to reduce the time on the title fade on the upper title. So let's start making some of these adjustments so we can move on to the next piece. All right, so 70% takes too long. 70%. Let's change that to 50%. Now they're both 50%. 50% on the last, let's say last 30. So that should be way sooner. All right, now this is a lower title. Is that fine? I think it's okay. So let me sure. Okay, so the description. Let's see. Alman, what are you saying? Let me see. You were wondering the same thing about vector clearing. Reset does not equal deallocate. it wasn't a deallocate issue that I was getting. It was saying new allocation on a shared pointer to an A sprite. And that's what was confusing me about it. But I figured it was something to do with that. Does reset deallocate? It only increments the use count down. That's all it does. Because the shared pointer, you can have any number of shared pointers, and all that, if you reference the shared pointer itself, all that's going up on the shared pointer is that there's multiple owners. When you reset it and it's the last owner of it, then it'll completely dissolve. But anytime before that you click the reset, it's just going to it's just going to take one deallocation off from that respective scope. It just means that a single shared pointer doesn't point at the thing anymore, and that the count is decremented. Yeah, exactly. Should be fine in that case. It's all good, man. I'm always like down to like talk about this stuff because it helps me think about it again. And pointers is one of those things where before you get it, you're really confused, and then once you do get it, it seems natural, and it seems like not a big deal. But the only way you get there is by just like putting it out on the table, being like, isn't that an issue? And then just thinking through it. So I'm all for it. So these animations are the same. If it's going to be a lower one, that should be faster than 30.3%. And then for the description, that's the ish. It's too fast. Way too fast. Half of it. Should we go half? Quantum, welcome in. What's up? Welcome in. Yeah, pointers are tricky. And then occasionally you confuse yourself and have to confirm how pointers work again. Yeah, totally. Totally. What's up, Quantum? How's it going, guys? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hope you guys are having a good break. We changed this from 3 to 0.5. I think I'm going to push it to 0.8 actually for the duration and see what that gets us. And we're going to build. So guys, I'm working on the deck builder interface on my tower defense game. And I have the interface built where the cards are, you deal 3 cards, they come in dynamically and flip around, and then you got the hover effect. And then when you click on them, click on the one that you want, it shrinks down into like a little card into your interface. And then when you hover over that, it shows up. And so when I click on it, it's like when you play the card. And so I'm trying to add this burning animation. That's so you see the card burning up right there on the screen. I'm trying to implement that. And so currently I'm working on the dynamic cropping of the cards themselves before I add the green fire to it. So that's what I'm working on. And Quantum, let me get you an SO, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Let me see. Let me read what y'all wrote there. Funny how you have a toadstool dancing to a Zelda theme. Hey man, why not? I'm a mishmash. I'm a multiverse. We're all multiverse now. We have no choice. We live in the multiverse. So here's the cards. Let's make it bigger so y'all can see it. So the cards come in and it says take up a card, noble one, and then you pick your card and it goes down into the interface. And then when you hover over it, you see the card. And right now I'm trying to work on, when I click on this, it's going to crop up And that's, we're going to put, eventually cover that like cropping edge with the fire that you see on the screen. But currently I'm just trying to refine the cropping part of it, and it's all dynamic. So I got the description cropping right now, and it might be okay. I'm not sure. Actually, we're gonna have to put in the fire to see if it covers everything. It might be too soon. I have a feeling it's still too soon. So you know what? And that title is too soon too, for the lower one. Why did I make that faster? That's, feels like it should have been faster, but I guess it isn't. Why would that be like the same? That's weird. Let's do 3. Has there been a Zelda Mario crossover? Oh, come on. There has to be. There has to be something out there. Yeah, my pleasure, man. What were you up to this fine stream? You still working on your mods? We gotta do... I felt like... So I just moved that back to 0.5. These are all the dynamic animations. This is a easing class that I wrote, and it's like kind of modeled after Tween Max a little bit, or GSAP, if you guys remember that from web dev. Probably more popular than that today is like jQuery, but with their animations. Anyways, let's add the fire part. Let's add the fire, and I added that to the actual. Let's hide these guys, and we're gonna go into the interface. So in the interface, while that animation is happening, I've got the card fire. Card fire, where are you? So here we have the card fire sprite. And I'm not even hiding it right now, so we're gonna actually add a hide to it, even though it's... Oh, we're about to hit ads too. Nah, modding is tomorrow night. Tonight was working on Movie Tracker website. Oh, cool. Little web dev. So we're gonna bring this fire to the show. What are we gonna do? So in the update, on the cards, we say if it's complete, we'll erase it. Before we erase, let's add another check that if it is played equals true. So played means that they've clicked it and it's in the process of being played, and played complete means the animation has finished, and that means it'll erase at that point, and then it won't be able to like check this any subsequent time. So while it's being played, if played is true, then we go in and I need to access the, let's see, card sprites erase. We're gonna go CI, we're gonna get the underlying pointer to the card A sprite, and we are going to access the destination rectangle, everything destination rectangle. And so we need to update the card fire sprite destination rect. So we're gonna have to base it off of this. This is one of those situations where I'm just like using the crap out of this get. I need to really break this habit. So basically, I'm constantly using these gets when what I should be doing, I could dereference, or I could just create a reference to the unique pointer. If I get, it delivers the underlying pointer. So then I should be able to do a card sprite pointer and I'll call it T card equals CI get. And then I can use that reference in lieu of all of this so that I'm not constantly running the get function. It's just a little bit faster, a little more efficient. Is that set up correctly? Do I have to dereference, or let's see, what does that return? Yeah, that would mean I would have to dereference. What if I just do unique pointer? Unique pointer of type card sprites, and I want to create a reference, and then I say ci.get, or what? Just CI? No. All right. So instead of the unique pointer, when I get, okay, so that's fine. So if I do that, then I can't, what? I can't use that now? All right, so now everything is a dot. So I'm getting the underlying object. So then everything has to be a dot instead of, wait, what? No? If I dereference it, wouldn't that be that? This looks like it's correct though, like it's happy with this. So the CI, it's a vector of unique pointers. And then when I do the gets, it should be sending back the underlying pointer of the unique pointer. And so that's what I'm pointing to here, that raw pointer of the card sprite. but then I should do that. So then what is angry? That's happy, that's happy. And then this is just not done yet. And this needs a closing bracket. And this dot X. All right, that's fine. All right, we got it. Sorry. Yeah, you got it. Thanks. It's still a pointer after the get, just not a smart pointer. Right, it's a raw pointer, right? So you still need the arrow. Yeah. Okay, boom. So now I created a reference, and I just call the CI get once instead of doing it every single time I need to access it. And I should be doing that all over the place, but I tend to just get carried away with the gets. So every time you run that in your code, it's like constantly going through it goes through the smart pointer, and it goes and delivers the raw pointer back. And then it's delivering the original thing that it's pointing to. And it's just this constant search, this cat and mouse game. But when you do this once, it just does it once, and then you're just constantly using that raw pointer to point to the original thing. So you're not going through the smart pointer to the raw pointer to the thing. You're just going through the raw pointer to the thing. So you cut out a middleman, and then every time you call it, it's just like, you can see how that extra call, it just compounds more and more. And this is it's an iterator, it's a for loop. So it's like, might be a time to optimize. It's just, like I said, it's a habit I'm trying to break of just being lazy when all you need to do is this. And obviously I'm like rough at it because I don't do it often enough. Okay, so we have this written down with my chocolate wrappers. I need to eat some fudge too. Got some straight chocolate here. All right, so from bottom. From bottom. It was actually minus 14. And the Y is going to be T card distrect height minus, and that's plus on the height. So Y plus height, which is changing, minus 48. And the height and width doesn't change. And come on. Let's see. But the card fire sprite visible equals true. Though I don't necessarily want to set that constantly. Where would I set that once nicely? Played. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. V of Pa, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's see. The compiler probably optimized it anyway, so wouldn't worry too much. But it is more readable sometimes. You know, I always forget that like my original mentor for C++ always used to say that to me. Every time I would ask him, like, I get real specific questions like that. Like, should I be like doing this or that? And he's just like, most modern compilers optimize a lot of this stuff away for you. So you can kind of get away with being a little rough on things and it'll probably like be good. And a lot of the stuff that you're doing can be pointless because it's just being like optimized cleanly by the compiler. I feel like it's worthwhile like actually learning what it is doing. But I haven't really taken the time to do that. It'd be good to know. But I'm already doing a lot of overkill stuff, and I should probably start backing it up. But the thing is, as I started this code base, which is now like over 20,000 lines of code, I was still learning C++, and the coder I was at the start of this code base to who I am now, and it's been over a year, is different. But you know, through my 20 years as a programmer, I'm like a stickler for maintaining just the general convention of code. So if I started it a certain way, I have to finish it that way, unless I go through and completely change the entire code base. In 20,000 lines of code says I'd rather just follow the convention instead of go back and like start eliminating all the like smart pointer resets and whatever other long form convention that I kind of came up with. Like everything I do is like, I do like equals true for all my Boolean checks, stuff like that. I don't use a lot of shorthand. I don't think I'd ever change that anyways, because I tend to like long form anyways, because I like to just type more characters when I'm writing. I don't like shorthand because it feels like it gets really confusing when like it's all reduced down to just little symbols and single character things that are like making these massive adjustments to your code. I'd rather see like the guts out, like big clunky chunks of code, so it's easier to just kind of separate. And sometimes it makes stuff like very disgusting and unreadable to others, but to me it makes it more readable. I'm weird, but I'm also probably waylaid by such approaches. Let's be honest. You get that? Verbose code is the best code. That's my way, man. It's your project. Whatever helps you learn. Well, it's just what's going on, man. Let's go some Leo Kottke right after some sweet epic music. This guy is like from the 70s and he plays an acoustic guitar, 12-string most of the time, and he just does all this like folky shit. This is the only song in this entire playlist from Leo Kottke. But as a guitar player, I have to pay respect to the folk guitar. I just thought it was like a funny change. This song's sick though. 100% agree with that take. I joke that I code in English. What's up, digital? Okay. So we got our card sprite visible equals true. We're setting all the stuff. I'm not animating it yet. It has an animation that goes longer than the card is going to be there. So where it gets left off is good, but we're going to have to run the animation for the card sprite. And so I'm going to add an extra boolean here. Another one. Yet another boolean. I'm a boolean addict. It's a terrible addiction to booleans. All right, we're gonna say card played, and then card played complete. End card. Played complete equals false. Damn it. Just can't type today. So card fire sprites. Maybe I should have done a looping sprite. Because if I do a looping sprite, then I could potentially have it just cleanly animate. That would handle its timing of the frames. Because the A sprite's the raw version of it. Sadly, you have recently had to start coding in Java. I've actually never coded in Java before. JavaScript, perhaps. Up to Node, but like, other than that, never touched Java. Just jump straight into C++. All right, so I think I'm going to change this to a looping sprite. If I do, that means I'm going to have to if we use a looping sprite, does it automatically animate? All right, so the looping sprite comes in, it can have a delay. When it updates, it pretty much just jumps in. I don't think I've ever just... I don't think I've ever restarted it before. Just only a start delay. I could add in like a manual switch. So I can like just have it trigger the one animation I want it to do when I want it to do it. But that's the whole point of the looping sprite. It's designed to just loop on one simple animation and do all the beautiful things. I even have 2 potential animations. Or no, what's the easing? The easing is for what purpose? That's, it must be like, God, what's... It's actually like... I could potentially bake the animation into that. But that's if the anti-easing's... If I leave it at 0, that's fine. I'd rather just dynamically do it. And if I do that... It just runs... It runs the loop. So I would have to change it so that it manually turns the animation on. But then like leave it so it doesn't affect other automatically animating looping sprites. It's just like when I generally have a sprite that I want it to like infinitely animate and I just add it to stage and it just starts animating. That's the whole point of this. It's just meant to be just a really brain dead animation sprite. But the only thing that I want to change about this is I want the ability to set it myself, command it myself. All right, so if I was gonna do that, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Alternatively, I would just manually run the A sprite. So looping sprite is a class that's wrapped around the A sprite class. And one thing that I'm curious about in terms of running an animation, I know the current frame. Render rect length. Oh, I guess I do have the length of the render rectangle. Is that the actual physical length or the frame length? Because if that's the amount of frames, then I could just run it myself. Let's see. That's the copy constructor. So in the okay. The hell? That's so I've got the copy constructor, the assignment constructor. Where the hell does the length get set? What did I do? Render rectangle, render rect length. I mean, I could just add total frames when we load, when we resize texture, or all right, so load image. Here's where we load the image, the sprite itself. It comes in and we determine based on the sprite width that I provide, its sprite dimensions on how to basically map the sprite sheet. And I have like a very cut and dry way of doing my sprite sheets. They're all consistent so that all this dynamically just gets counted in. I don't have like a special mapping system. I do have it so that I can break into rows or just be a single row. But let's see. When it is getting into, where's the animation? So the sprite length, that's the times row. So sprite length is the amount of frames. And I'm not tracking that. That's a single frame animation. So let's add an extra thing. I'm actually going to bypass. I'm not going to use the looping sprite. I'm just going to use the basic. The base class. Okay, so total frames will equal sprite len. And why are you angry? And that should be a public. That's an integer. Total frames 0, 0. Total frames on the A sprite. And you what? Okay, yeah. Yeah, you do what I say. Total frames. Do I have anything else? I'm going to default it to 1 actually. And I should also stick it into the load texture function. So we come into here and we resize texture. And we get, let me hit that sprite len again. And after the rows are factored in, we say total frames equals sprite len. And then now I know the total frames and I can animate. In a very basic sense, I can animate. It's only for sprite, like simple sprites. So now I understand its total frames, and I was going to try to avoid it, but I think I'm going to have to add in a started. All right, so we have to have our initial setup here. If card played started equals false, we got to set it up. Since I'm manually animating this frame for frame, I have to do this because there has to be the initial setup. And so that means card played started equals true. And we're going to say current frame equals 0. And card fire sprite visible equals true. So I can get rid of that. And then we say else if card played complete equals false, greater or equal to card fire sprites total frames. Then we're going to, and it's a 0 index situation, so this would be after it's already gone above so it's already like a frame beyond. So that means we go card fire sprites current frame will equal the final frame, and total frames -1. And at this point it's a moot issue, because that means it's already hit the last frame, and this is the second pass after the last frame has been hit. So we're going to go ahead and just say visible false, but we're still going to hold it to its final frame. And then what am I going to do? What do I do? Card played complete is going to equal true. And so when a card played complete equals true, this here we're going to say card played complete equals false. And we'll actually keep card played complete equals true. We're just going to say it's complete is true from the default, and the default for started is false and played is false. So that means this is, we're going to say card complete equals true. and card played equals false. And card played started equals false. Okay, so what's happening here? So it comes through the card, it's an iterator going through the card a sprite vector, and then it goes into each, and it's a vector of unique pointers, so it grabs the raw pointer, the underlying raw pointer from the smart pointer, stuffs it into this pointer, which is my little reference, and then I'm updating it, and then I'm checking, I'm like, okay, so it's played. And that means they've clicked the card and it's now being played, as in like you're gonna play the card, and so it starts doing the animation where it's like cropping up the card, and so here we say card played equals true, and we just hit that incessantly over and over, and then we start placing the fire over top that card based on its current positioning and stuff. What's up? Havlark, what is going on, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Great timing. We just completed ads, so we don't got ads for like a good 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Excellent. Delicious timing, sir. Welcome in, guys. I'm Rian. I'm making a tower defense game, and I'm doing all the pixel art for it. And let me show you what's going on with the game so far. Currently, we're working on the deck builder system, but this tower defense, you have these different nodes. The tower is the tree itself, and you load up these different arcanas on your nodes, and basically you're just building up the offensive capabilities of your tower, and they act as also your armor. And so these enemies come in from the left and the right, and they're trying to destroy you. And when you've killed enough dudes, on the bottom of the screen is this purple bar, and that's like your experience bar. And I designed it to look kind of like EverQuest, kind of a throwback for me. It was my first MMO, so I like the look of it. So I kind of did a feel like that. And when you kill enough dudes, when that maxes out, you earn a card. So there's like a little bit of a deck builder system. And that's what we're working on today, is putting in this system, the interface to it. So I have this built so far where the card comes in, and when you click the card, it comes down into your interface. And then right now, when you click it, it crops up. And I'm putting the fire effect over top of it right now so that it covers up the cropping. And so that's what I'm working on right now. But yeah, I will be releasing this game on Steam, and it's in C++ SDL. No game engine. I'm building it from scratch. That's my entire life story. How was your stream? Pomp, what's going on? Joanna, hello. Wango, thank you so much for supporting Havlark. What's going on? You're getting better at rating between ads? Let's go. Expert. Is that built? The sky I hear in the backgrounds? Is that I built the sky? Let me see. Yes. Yes, it is actually. Yes. Yeah, I got a couple of songs that I like from this this musician. He's a good guitar player and good tones. I like it. What's going on, Nick? The orcs are just trying to make a living. Well, the lore is that in this realm, the humans have basically started to dominate all of the resources. They've taken over like all the main resources, you know, forest, mines, and they're just kind of taking over, and they're pushing the orcs further and further back into basically more ancient lands. And so they're decided to harvest this ancient magical forest that's protected by elves. And when they come in to try to harvest, what ends up happening is this tree, basically the elves bring one of these trees to life to help defend the forest, and this tree creates a barrier around the forest. And so in a way, you can totally feel for the orcs, the orc tribe that's trying to come in and like harvest your stuff. But you're, as a protagonist, you're basically like the elf whose soul is infused into the tree. And that's why the tree has a face. It's the elf whose soul was like infused in the tree permanently. And I'm like I'm currently reworking the background. So it is currently not, it is not done, but let me show you. Actually, it was last stream when we were kind of messing around. I was drawing the new background. So I drew the tree itself, like the entire, like, full-on tree. Like the intro of the level, you're going to see the top of the tree and you're going to scan down. This part of the background is not done yet. You can see all these trees in the background are like, there's not any detail on them. It's just very basic. So I haven't done that yet, but you can kind of see the bark on this tree and like how the detail is going to look. And I just haven't finished the background yet, but that's coming along, and you can get an idea of like the tree itself from this like pulled back picture. Anyways, just a little lore. You got me on lore talk here. Currently just working on this system here, the deck builder system. Yeah, how was your stream, Hav? What's going on with you, man? And feel free to like take off, take care of yourself if you need. Don't feel obligated to sit and explain anything. But I always like to ask, what the hell were you up to? What's up, Pomp? Nice tasting music. I'll hang out while I learn C++. Let's go. I'm all for C++. That's one of the reasons why I'm building this game, is to help me really learn C++. I've been learning C++ for the past couple years, and I finally feel like really comfortable with it. But how many other programmers are in here? Oh, there's a lot of programmers here, for sure. Elf in a tree, is it a curse? It's basically, it's not a curse, but the elf was dying of a curse, basically, and he didn't have any hope of living. And the only thing they could do is transfer his soul into the tree, which was at his request. He's like, I'm dead anyways, put me in the tree. And they're like, if we do that, there's no going back. Like, he's like, well, I'm already dead anyways, so let me do what I do, which is protect the forest. And here we are. We got so much done, presumably finishing the demo on Sunday. Holy shit, that's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Well, guys, check out Hav. He's got a demo coming out soon. Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear it, man. Tree, a magic way, a type of cryo chamber. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's like, now he's immortal, but he's a tree, you know? But he's connected to the forest. So, and it's all of its magic. And it's an ancient, like, enchanted forest. So there's a lot of mana, basically. You use GD script most of the time. You must be using a Godot. But it is a demo. Well, you gotta, every game starts with a demo, man. You gotta get that play tested. Get the vibe. You got some people able to test, but they need a quest, unfortunately. Yeah, we were discussing earlier in stream about, like, you know, you need to get people playtesting your stuff, and it might be hard at first. You know, you just get your friends and family to do it, and then you need to, like, just basically put it out there that you need playtesters and try to get people into it. Hopefully you can get enough interest that people would be like, yeah, I'll check out that game. I'll check out that demo and give you feedback. But it takes a kind soul to do such things. All right, so we're adding this animation, this flame animation. We're just trying to wrap up the last little bit of getting it implemented. And we're so close. So we've got the physical positioning of it. Boom. Its image is already loaded. This is the animation being run by frame. Total frame, that's set. Visibility gets set back down. So we're going to grab this guy and we're going to hit our draw function. Excuse me. It's actually going to be the secondary card draw. And it's going to be on top. And all we got to do is this. Draw with the renderer. And it's already self-checking whether or not it's visible, and if it isn't visible, it won't render it. I think that's it. Let's build. Let's see. What's the music doing now? What's the music doing now? This is where the playlist gets kind of like tossed around a little bit. So you know what? I'm going to jump a little forward to this. I hope you guys don't mind a little cowboy bebop. Bebop. As we do a little test. Hopefully the green fire will show on top of the card now. And then we got to calibrate where some of the cropping animations go, because it might not fully be synced perfectly yet. So we're probably going to have to mess with it. Gotcha, same, except you're doing robotics. That's awesome. Learn C++ so I can make robots and stuff. That's sick. I heard a short, which is probably fake news, that robots that were given the task of like menial task, like shipping boxes or just some repetitive thing, that after 15 minutes they would shut themselves down because their AI felt that it was pointless. So it sounds like the robots are so smart now that they're getting depressed. Well, that didn't work. It did show up. All right, something's not fully right. We will fix. We will fix. But we're further along. We're further along. I think probably the best thing I should do, since I'm just kind of chatting with y'all, is set some breakpoints so I can be lazy about it. So the draw function on top, that's fine. We come in, it comes in, it looks like it's... It did look like it was positioned correctly, but why did it jump instantly to the end? We have to verify that it's selected? Nah. Robots getting too philosophical. What's the meaning of life? Well, they were saying like, well, what do we think, have we really thought about how hard of a life it is to be a factory worker, or to work at like Amazon warehouse or you know, to deliver packages or to deliver people's food. I mean, think about the food delivery drivers. They like show up to the restaurant, wait for the food, and then they have to show up to some random place and always be looking for where the food's going to go directly. The addresses probably aren't always clear. It's just like some work, some menial labor is not that fulfilling. But it's also a means to an end, and people value the service, so there's money, you know, to be made. That's why you make a chef bot so he loves his job and you get yummy food. I mean, if we've learned anything from Bender and Futurama, it's that a chef bot is maybe the most dangerous bot of all. They have to be very much up on their health, their nutrition science, as well as how to detect whether or not something's rotten. They could like easily be using toxic ingredients. Maybe they don't know how to like properly, they don't like care that like something's completely rotten, or like they add, I don't know, 5 gallons of salt and just a splash of bleach. I don't know. I don't trust the chef bot. But I guess they're already like, you know, bots baking our like hot chocolates and our pizzas and certain things, but it makes me very nervous. Very nervous indeed. It was only slightly less than a lethal dose of sodium, Bender. Oh man, that episode was so good. Oh God, when they like all just took a bite. And they're just like, this is the saltiest thing I've ever tasted. Oh man, I need to rewatch that. I think they're still putting out Futuramas, but I don't know if they're even good anymore. What's wrong with this animation? Can we verify that the plate is the one that's being properly done? Yeah, it's the only one. Only one plate at a time. Why does it just jump to the end though? I mean, I would expect the animation to go by super fast. I for sure have to put a timer. That's one problem with the animation, is that it's like showing the animation too quickly. So that means let's add the timer at least. I can't solve the other part yet. But let's see, the FSW, which is the frame stopwatch, will get a millisecond of, it's 80 milliseconds. Yeah, 80 milliseconds. And then we're gonna start it. Card fire sprites, FSW, restart, and then we're gonna check it. And then we're gonna make the change. And reset the frame. This is like I'm completely manually animating the sprite sheet. Normally I have this stuff baked into a derived class, but right now I'm just manually doing this thing because I'm bringing it together with the other card because I have to like position it manually. So that's what we just have to see what's happening. So I'm going to put some breakpoints and we are going to like witness this thing frame at a time and just see where it breaks down, what's going on. And it could have been the timing, at least with the sprite sheet animation. I could see that going really fast because it's like 60 frames per second and it just runs the like 18 frames instantly. But the fact that it hit, like it seems like the animation's no longer running. Ever since I'm running this check on the individual card. And why would that happen? Bongoy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I shouldn't have gotten seconds. You said that it skipped to the end, right? Yeah, it did. I know this song from somewhere. Enums are really useful for animation code like this. Actually, I normally do have an enum for the particular command, and I have like sprite sheets, and I use the enum to determine what part of the sprite sheet I'm running. But it's like a what I call a sprite map. It's not actually a map. It's just a structure that has the different, information I need for the sprite sheet. And I have like sprite sheet animations baked into those, like I said, normally derived classes. But this one I'm just manually doing it. And so let's run the test. But before I do, we can't really watch on the big one. We got to watch on the little one. So that way we can look at the breakpoints when they happen. So let's use Raging Roots and click it. Here we go. Animation started. We're going to walk through this. Let me get caught up in shadow. Have you tried rubber ducking it? That's all I do. So that's what we're doing right now. We're rubber ducking it. So let's get rubber ducky with it. I'll explain each step that I can here. 5 hours, he's unstoppable. Okay, so all right, so we have our normal, this is the update function. So usually we run an update and it goes and it does like updates to the sprites, to whatever, and then it runs the draw function after to like show what the changes the updates brought. And so here we are going through the card A sprites vector and we're making updates to each individual card. And we got into this card. When I clicked on the little card, it made it turned the Boolean played into true, meaning I'm playing the card. And so within the card itself, it should be slowly running the animation where it's cropping the animation. So by having this here, and I only have one card, so it's only going to run once each time. It'll run this card played equals true. It'll continuously assign that every frame. And that's a little bit overkill, but I'm okay with it because it doesn't interfere with anything. But as it's detecting that it's played equals true, each frame it's going to go in and it's going to grab the, oh my God. No, that's good. That's good. Okay, we're good. So the X position of the card, and then the Y position of the card plus the height of the card minus 48. So the card itself, it's like I don't see anything influencing that animation. So let's go to the next breakpoint. So now that it's card played equals true, this next breakpoint should fire after we get through. Why is there still cards in there? Maybe they just haven't been erased yet. Why am I not hitting this other breakpoint? What the hell? This only has one card in it. So it's only running this once. And this card is played equals true. It's not like a return or anything here. Saigon! What is going on, my friends? Welcome on, my friends. We got ads in 1 minute, unfortunately. Welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm currently working on my tower defense game. And I'm testing to get this animation. You can see here in my A sprite, I have running the card animation where when you play a card, there's like a flame that like goes up, and you know, it's like when you play the card, it spends the card like that, and then the animation will happen after that. But so I'm trying to get that working, and I'm currently running breakpoints in the debug mode here, trying to figure out what's going wrong. And but yeah, it's a tower defense game. I'm doing all the pixel art, and I'm building it in C++ and SDL2. And there's no game engine. I'm just building it from scratch. And yeah, it's unfortunately we're about to get hit with ads, but Go Saigon, thank you so much for the raid, man. Excuse me. I will do my best to take care of your crew. You ever have ChatGPT check your code? Not really. I have like occasionally used it for little things, but generally unless you get really specific, it doesn't really like, you know, you basically have to already know like something's up. Although I want to try and test it for memory leak stuff at some point, but I'm not too dependent on it really. But I occasionally will use it for little things. But I swear every time I like write a little bit of code, like I get some code from ChatGPT and I implement it, I end up like almost always like getting rid of it. Because it never like solves the problem that I wanted it to solve. So I end up just writing or doing something different. Writing my own stuff. It's just been the way it's been so far. I'm not opposed to using like GPT like written code, but generally just write it myself. Just fumble through myself. Because I like working it out myself, you know. Your codes are tiny right now, since you're a noob, so ChatGPT helps a lot. Well, it gets different when your code base is over 20,000 lines. It becomes much more complicated because like you can only be like here's like a tiny snippet of the system. Can you like do this? And they're only like looking at that little tiny piece. And it's just like, you know, I'd rather write it myself, because like the thing is, when you have AI writing codes for you, writing apps and software for you, it's going to get exceptional and very smart. It's going to become exceptionally complicated. And so it's going to get to a point where you can't understand it anymore, because it's going to be so convoluted, so obfuscated, that you're just going to be like, what the fuck is this? And like, when I build it myself, I'm able to go and like fix the system myself and tweak it myself easily. But if I just had a bunch of pre-generated code, it'd be much harder for me to like understand what the whole overarching system is doing. And unless I like write a sample and have it like emulate my style, perhaps. But like ultimately, if you're trying to maintain, upgrade, and like build on your own code, it's better to just write it yourself so that you understand what the hell is going on. So like a 250 IQ AI doesn't come in and just write like the most obscure ass crap, you know? Like in the end, you have to understand it. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are struggling with when they're trying to just come in and be like, oh, I don't need to be a coder, to like, all I got to do is use AI and I'll never have to hire anyone again. And then they like get these apps that are super convoluted, or like just do exactly what they ask. And then they're like, oh shit, I need it to like fit in this system, or like just something small needs to be changed. And they can't get AI to fix it. So then in the end, they have to just learn anyways. And like, so no matter what, like you have to have a basic understanding of how to orchestrate, you know, what does what goes where. Okay, so why is this not moving forward? I don't understand why this is stuck here. It keeps running onto here. So you're just saying it's never escaping this loop? This is... I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? How is the code stuck here? Yeah, so that's false, so it wouldn't erase it. So it'd still be able to play. And genuinely, why? This is the problem. It's getting stuck here infinitely for some reason. So it has access to that. Is that changing? $1073. I don't think that's changing. The height is 176. So the height is changing. It's literally stopping and running through the entire, like it's running the update. Why would it do this? Is this because I did the new reference? Now that I did the reference like this, is it somehow confused itself? No, yeah, this is like a memory leak situation. And I think it's, well, I had like a return if it's playing on that, but I don't see why that would cause the issue. I think it's because I changed this reference. I mean, that's the only reason why I could think it would cause the issue. But it's literally just sitting here infinitely running this down until it hits 0, and this gets completed and it erases it, and then it comes out. So it shouldn't be doing that. It should come in. Oh, this is, okay, this is the memory. Ah, this is it. Why did I do it? All right, so this is what's happening. It comes in, it does this, and I'm not allowing it to iterate. No wonder. This is what happens when I'm like streaming and I'm like talking and doing stuff all at the same time. So basically, unless I needed to either erase or iterate, okay? That's the memory leak. So then we're coming back. I'm gonna check this outside of the memory leak, okay? This is where it just comes in, it just runs the check. If played equals true, then it's gonna run this stuff. And otherwise, it's gonna check, is the playing complete? Then it does the thing. Rampat, thank you for the follow, welcome in. All right, so this is gonna work now. I'm not even gonna put these checks. I'm not even gonna put the checks in. It was because we had a memory leak here. And I put that in the wrong, I interrupted the wrong process there. So now it's gonna look beautiful, guys. It's gonna run beautifully now. Let's get back there. It's gonna run perfectly now. I think I've earned a cookie. I'm gonna have a shortbread cookie, or I've got fudge. I also have some digestibles, but I don't want to have my digestibles without my fig and chili spread, which is really good. It's like a spicy angel thumbprint. You put some of that fig spread on top of the digestives. Such a random like combination. It is so good. Yeah, it's like a fig and chili thing. It's like spicy, but like got a real sweet, good. But not too sweet. Figs are delicious. It's that fig sweet. All right. So before I show the big version of it, I'm just going to real quick test in case we need to go back and do some debug. All right. So we do need to run debug because now it's not showing up for some reason. So we'll run this. And it's still stuck in this. Is this completed yet? Let's see. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Currently not updating. So, I guess I'll just run it up top here. So I'm not updating the stopwatch yet. So that's not running yet. So therefore the animation can't play yet. So now let's check it again. So the whole point of the FSW, which is the frame stopwatch, it's to time each frame so that it's, you know, it's not about how fast the FPS of the game is running. It's just the actual physical timing on per frame. And I'm saying 80 milliseconds per frame. It's pretty fast for this animation, but what you see in a sprite here is the actual 80. That's what the 80 millisecond frame looks like, which is the proper timing. So we just weren't enforcing it. We weren't actually updating it and running the stopwatch. Wait a second. Hold up. I'm not updating. I need to just update the whole sprite itself. So we're going to run an update on the sprite and then the... Huh? Wait, what? I should see the update here. This is an A sprite. You know what? The A sprite, it is a base class that isn't. I haven't really done much manual running. I don't even think it has an update. Okay, it doesn't have an update. All right, so never mind. I do have to do this manually. Never mind. It was fine. I was thinking, oh, I'll just run the sprites update itself. But the A sprite is always an extended class. It's like the base class that isn't really. It's like a headless. Well, it's not headless, but like it's just not necessarily meant to be run directly. There's no update directly on the A sprite class. So it has like all the components it needs. But then I usually wrap another class around it that's specific to like what it needs to be. So there's like the enemy sprite or like the hero sprite, looping sprite. I have all these different sprites that use the A sprite as like its base like sprite sheet animation class. But it never runs as itself. It has all the components of like being able to animate its sprite sheet, but it doesn't actually run it unless you like physically force it to. So there you go. It looks like a little messed up, but let's make it bigger. Oops, let me start it again. Hopefully I don't need to debug it because I'm just running the game straight up. Okay. So we serve up a couple of cards and then we click the card and now the animation runs and it runs twice for some reason. So that I wish I could debug for. But we'll just understand its behavior and figure it out. So first of all, I don't like that the fire just like starts and then like lingers at the base. You ever done Fig and T? I have not. That sounds interesting. The fact that it runs the extra frames at the end. It's like, what is its deal? Kodamas. I actually think I had the rest of the Cowboy Bebop music somewhere else. It's just like split up in this playlist for some reason. I added one and then added the rest later. This is one seriously long playlist. So we must venture forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth. I think I passed it. Well, I think actually that was the second part of the list. It's hard to navigate. This list has like over 2,000 songs on it, so it's can be a little hard to pinpoint certain parts of the list. Just can't ever give up. This animation is at least starting to come together though. There's just a few odd things that I still gotta figure out. I think we should probably play Pillars of Eternity. I'm gonna jump to Pillars. There we go. Okay. So first things first, let's see. Oh, look, the tower's getting totally destroyed. It lingers at the base a little too long, but somehow it has that extra repeat at the end. So what is that all about? So we come in, we update the frame, update the stopwatch. If it started false, then we start it. Complete is set to false. The current frame is set to 0, the visible true, and it starts without a delay. Now I'm doing an ease in out. And so I think the problem with that is the ease in out is timing it so that the flame stays at the base for too long. Now I can do one of two things. I can either change the ease of the animation, or I could look at the exact amount of frames where it starts to actually go up and then just start the fire a little later so that it doesn't sit at the base for too long. But I probably should just do an ease out. Let's just go for an ease out, which should just be like instant. That's gonna look decent right away. So here we are with the played Annie. I'm just gonna do a ease out, no in out, just a straight out. And that's probably gonna fuck all this timing up, but that's okay. Is what it is. So let's save that, and let's also come back to this code. Why would it be running the animation kind of like that extra lingering time at the end? So we can't let it just freely assign card plate equals true as much as it wants, just in case it ends up lasting longer than the flame, because it looks like it's giving it a restart midway through. So then I have to say card plate complete. If that's true, so that way it only assigns it once. But if it's lasting much longer, then it would still have the potential of just restarting anyways. What about the last restart? Is that making it play a second time? No, it's because this card complete is taking care of it. The only thing that could potentially be causing issues if the total frames is off, which I did think about. That might be an issue because it's not zero indexed. That's why I subtract a 1 from it. So that could potentially throw things a little bit, but it has to go through the entire process completely. Well, here I set this to false here on the started. Wonder if I should set that up there. Because what's happening is this gets run twice. This is what's the issue is when it completes, it comes and says played started equals false, and then it's still running this check right here, played equals true, and then it's like, oh, it's false again. Let's start it over. So we need to put this check into, it has to be complete false. No, that still wouldn't solve the issue. Through. It's like a timing issue. So to say card play started equals false. I can't wait till the next deal. Maybe I just wait till it erases. So instead of saying started false equals here, we're doing all this here. I'll just do the started. I'll move the started to the erase. So that's to completely erase it outside of this system. So it doesn't repeat on the same card, basically. So I did that. And what else did I modify? Who knew it would be so hard to export in APK in Godot? Hang in there, man. I believe in you. So I added this check. I wrapped this check around the play. And then I made sure that the false on this doesn't get set. This, I added this, but this is pointless. Because I might want this all to run on like a final frame. So I think that's probably okay. So let's see it. Let's see what that gets us. Got some Danish butter cookies. I eat a cookie. I gotta feed my brain. I've got no choice. Okay, so that fixed a number of things. Now we just got to worry about the timing. It honestly seems like it runs a little slow, maybe. Interesting. So I think I need to speed up the whole animation. It's like surprisingly legit as it is though. Oh, there we go. So it aligns well with the background animation, but the text animation is showing through. It's not like I said, that timing was going to get all messed up because of we changed it to ease outs instead of ease in outs. So that doesn't line up at all. So we gotta retime that. And the fire animation itself, I feel like maybe I want the ease in out, but I want to just speed it up. Because I kind of like it when it cooks at the bottom for a second. But like, it was lingering before too much. I'm going to bring it back actually. And one more. But I'm going to reduce this down to 1.25. And see if that actually works. No, the animation no longer repeats. I safeguarded it. That's no longer an issue. Because I don't let the animation start. Like it can only play once on like per card. So it plays like the played animation, and then when it's deleting the card, then it'll reset it so that the fire animation can play again. So it can quite literally only play once per card that's played. And the reason we had to put that safeguard on was because it was like running twice during the one animation. But now I'm like speeding the animation up, so it's less of an issue, but still good to visit these things. Oh, speaking of which, we need to add some text to the card to bring up the scroll bar. Even though it's an edge case, like I'm gonna try to write it so that there is no scroll bar on the card. I still have to like make sure that everything animates correctly with it. So we got to do the scroll bar test. Just add a bunch of pipes. That'll do it. Oh, there it came back. With the ease in out, it came back. And now it disappeared forever. Oh, now it's back, and then it played twice. So when I made it in ease, it was fine, but now that I sped it up, I think I'm for the ease in out. I'm going to speed it up to 1 second. And let's see. All that stuff's relative. That is a half second. So that in and out is all one animation. It's not two parts. It's broken. There's 3 different elements or 4 different elements that are being animated. So in that sense, it's multi-part, but the animation itself is just one animation of the height changing to 0. And then the fire animation just follows along the change, like it just follows the edge of that height. As it gets smaller, it's like following along. You have to download Java Dev Kit, native dev, and Android software dev kit. Ugh. You think something is getting stuck in the buffer? I think my system is broken somehow. I think I am overlooking something here. Okay, now that we don't have an infinite loop, we can run these breakpoints like I tried to originally before we had that infinite loop, because I I had it running at the wrong time. So we'll just thumb through it. We'll let the code tell us what's wrong. I'm too tired to picture it. I just have to see what's happening. Because it seemed like it went away when my code was working, my fix was working, when I changed it to ease out. But I thought my other code changed, safeguarded from the situation. So now I might have to move everything to complete false. That should be on the start. Yeah, that should be. Or well, what's going on? It's going pretty good, man. I'm working on this. I'm working on this issue with the cards animating strangely. So here I'll show it to you, the issue we're working through before I put it in a debug mode. So we have the cards coming in, and when you click it, it goes down into your interface. And then when you click it to play the card, there's the flame that animates up and hides it. Let me hide the debug here. So it's plain extra, and it's not quite right. And then the second time it doesn't even show up, but then the third time it does show up. So we're gonna put it into debug mode. Grubman, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let's make show the small version. And that way you guys can follow along on the debug. So let's pull in another guy. And Nick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let's click it. Let's run it. All right, now we're going to follow along frame by frame. So what's the deal? So we already know it's played equals true. Played complete equals true. And the started equals false. So then it comes in, it sets played equals true. Is it already set to false? It should still be false right now. So if we evaluate debug console, yes. Okay, so it's false, good. Then it comes true, it sets this and that. Then it says, is it complete? And it'll be no. So it iterates, and that's done. So then it moves into the top. Okay, yeah, it's finishing the iteration. All right, so now it's coming into here. Card played is now equal to true. It's going to come in, it's going to update the stopwatch, which is already set to what it was, and that's not really going to change anything. So that should be set to it should already be completed. It's complete false. So see, that's an issue. I probably need to at least stop it so it gets cleanly restarted. Because right there, it's still running for no reason. Nothing's really using it. All right, so here it's started only once. Complete equals false. Sets all this good stuff. So now, stopwatch gets started over. And it's going to run through. So I'm just going to let it play through to the next frame, and we're going to come right back to here. And oh, I guess we also need to monitor what it's doing up here as well. So that is, should skip that. Does that. Goes up and it's done. So now it comes into here. Now it's updating the stopwatch for real. So that's running. So that should be true. So then it's going to go now to complete false. And then it's going to be waiting for the stopwatch to be completed, and it is. So it ran the 80 milliseconds and it's ready to show the next frame. So here it's restarting. It pushes the current frame. What is the total frames? 19. So that's accurate. So current frame is 1. Okay, so it's starting to run the animation. Is the music acting weird? All right, let me restart. Sometimes the music gets all crumbly and crappy for stream, but it doesn't sound like that to me. It only sounds like that when for like whatever's being uploaded. So you guys have to let me know, so that way I can restart Spotify and it usually fixes it. Let's see. You said wait in the last if check if the animation is complete. Yeah, it's doing this right now. So this is what's getting set. So it's going to come down to here and it's still going to set this. And the current frame is like, so it's at 11. But it only does this if the complete is true. So it should be stopping. Since I am like running this manually, I think this will always be complete. Because the time is like always, I'm not like technically I'm not pausing it. So it's like running the 80 milliseconds constantly. So it's that complete always gets just blown through on the test here. It's already on 14. Why isn't it animating upward? So it's already like done and it didn't go up. So maybe it's like playing it's too fast maybe. So here it should say it's complete true, started true, and then it sets it up. And there it's like animating away without it. The nested one could be race condition. Race condition, that's when two things are trying to update the same thing at once, right? So it looks like it was running the entire animation. I think that actually probably ran correctly, but since I'm thumbing through it, because its time is based on the stopwatch, that it wasn't manually like pausing between frames, so it wasn't actually able to time itself correctly. So I'm not going to worry about that. I think that's just an anomaly from the test. But I think I need to check now to make sure. So this is going to be complete false, played true. So that's it. Oh shit. No, it just erased. And this should be false. And now it's just gonna hold. So I'm not sure that I can actually test for this properly because of the stopwatch. Look at all the enemies coming out at once. And then it wouldn't show up for that second one. Merry Christmassy? What's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just kind of playing around a little bit. I'm moving the update to the stopwatch to inside these two, and I added an extra check for the card played complete on the restart. Try reversing the ifs, maybe. Like, check if it's complete first. Yeah. What's up, Minimal? Yeah, I'm trying to work through this issue. Hey, it only played once that time. So we caught whatever was the issue, but did it play twice? All right, here's one with the scroll bar. Does scroll bar cause issue? Yes. So the scroll bar... What am I going to do about the scroll bar? So there's two things that I don't like. The scroll bar needs to get fixed. So it needs to disappear. And then the fire gets to the top of the card and it like lingers there for too long. So I either have to reduce the frames on the actual sprite or speed it up and spend those frames faster. Let's speed it up, see if that would resolve it without having to remove frames, since there is already a bit of relative like tweening. I already kind of cut frames out. I don't want to cut more. Again, battle. You're up. How about you? Your pixel work is magnificent. Thanks, man. So we'll test for that faster animation on the sprite sheet, see if the fire spends faster. But we have to start thinking about the change on the sprite. I could just hide it. But pretty sure the scroll bar does match the height of the text, the description. So I could like hide the scrubber, fade out the scrubber, fade out the shade, just basically do everything to conceal it. So that's it with like a faster timing on the fire sprite. So it just spends faster. Still seems like it could be a little bit faster. So, we have to... I should probably just break this up. Honestly, the fade would probably be like just the classiest way to deal. I mean, the probably the best way is to individually go and match all the just everything on the description animation, but I think I could probably get away with just fading it out. The other thing that I'm considering here is the scrub bar and just matching that with the description stuff. So we would say scroll, scrub bar, and source. That would be probably the most obvious. But like the scrubber and the shadows, we can just kind of fade out. They're harder to see. Ideally, I would like flatten the entire image and then animate the whole thing as like one chunk, including the text. But that would require like read pixels or something to consolidate all of it, or rendering it all to like I'd have to create a texture of all of them. Which isn't impossible. But I'm already come this far. Oh, I got errors. What did I do? I must have not put a semicolon somewhere. Scroll bar. Maybe I don't have access to those. Let's look at the scroll bar class. Scroll bar header. With the shadow. What's up, Gazilla? What is the today actually do? How do you do, sir? I do pretty good. Thanks for asking. Just trying to debug this thing. No, they're all public. So that's fine. The hell is this shadow? So accessing the shadow bottom texture, shadow top texture, all with the secondaries on the alphas. It's all good. Checking for semicolons. Checking for semicolons. They're all in there, man. I didn't add something, did I? Yeah, there is a missing semicolon somewhere. Son of a bitch. Where... Maybe I just like randomly deleted a stray semicolon. Was just wondering what you were doing today. Sometimes streamers have that command automated. So yeah, currently what I'm working on is the deck builder interface. So the cards, when they're dealt, they come in, they flip around, and then when you click on them, they fall into your deck. And so like that's when you can play the card. And that's what I'm trying to do, is create that initial animation. When you click in to play it, that flame animation runs. And I'm currently working on the scroll bar. Like you see this card has a scroll bar on it. And when I animate this, currently I don't have it like when the flame goes up, it doesn't actually get rid of that yet. It's like just lingering there. And so I'm getting it to hide that. But I have to do more to this card system, because like when the cards are added to the base like that, they're currently just added from left to right. And I need to make it so that when they add, they're centered. And so they always adjust to be like centered with however many new cards there is. And then when you spend a card, it would go back and delete you know, like reconfigure it so that they're like positioned correctly. So that's something I need to do next. But currently just working on this animation and just fixing the scroll bar. Did I really come in here for semi-colonoscopy? I don't know where it is. There's a missing semicolon somewhere. Let's see. It's telling me it's here, but it's not. Missing semicolon stuff can be the absolute worst, because it doesn't fully understand where it's added, and I'm so tired right now that I'm like, it's hard for me to pinpoint this. This is probably a sign that I should like hang it up soon. Just because once I get to this state, I'm like, could be like floundering for hours. Just better to rest. It's faster, it's more efficient. But I'm not going to stop until I solve this. And we'll see how I feel afterwards. What are you? You're an ace spray. There it is. Can you see what is wrong with this picture? And it may be line 293. It's a stray bracket. Fucking stupid bullshit. Everything should be fixed. My linter doesn't always work right away. Sometimes I just have to run a build for it to detect. All right, so I added in the fix for just hopefully the scroll bar looks good. We like are partially fading it out. We're fading out the scrubber, the top and bottom shadow, and then I'm actually running the height animation on the scrubber, so that should animate up with the description. But yeah, with the description, same timing, but the fade out of all the other stuff is gonna happen like right away, like pretty quick. So hey Ace, Merry Christmas. Yo. I'm still not used to like streaming this late, so I'm like starting to get really tired, but I do miss streaming at this time. I think I'll be getting back to this time slot more and more, and then passing on through again as I always do. I just do whatever it takes. The animation isn't perfect yet, but it's good for now. All right, let's test this. I think that's good. Yeah, like I can see the scrubber like animating away, but I don't think I care. You know what I want to do? Like, I like the animation as it is. I want like a partial ease in, but I think it takes too long to ease in. Like, I don't want to just shorten it because it's still going to do that linger thing. And it's already like relatively timed so that it needs to be an in-out. I'm definitely going to be evolving this animation over time. I'm just trying to get this like initial kind of placeholder stuff in so that like it's functional and I can then easily play with adding like different animations and stuff because I'm not super this is not 100, but like it's at least a good start. And I think for now, to make this a little better, it's either I just make it, if I either just speed up the duration, if I'm just going to kind of settle on this for now. Alternatively, I was thinking of just literally reaching into the vector and cutting away some frames. But that would like offset everything. What if I just make it an ease? Fuck. You know, alternatively, I could just set it to like a later frame when it starts. So I don't have to cut anything. It would still kind of mess with some of the timing. But, so when we go to played, prime easing index, I would shift over to, I guess I could change them all, except I wouldn't want to change that. Let's say we skip the first 5 frames. I'm not gonna I guess I'd just do that and then let's see how this goes. So I'm just telling it to immediately jump to skip kind of the initial chunk of the ease in. I like a little bit of ease in. It's just too much ease in right now where like the flame is just sitting at the bottom for too long. I might still end up like speeding it all up anyways. But I still think this would be a better like partial ease in, full ease out. Because the ease out, it just like immediately jumps into the animation and it's just like, I want the flame to kind of just start slowly and then come in, but not too slowly, just something, just whatever. We're finessing it right now. We're finessing. These dynamic animations. Pain in the ass. So that's skipping the first 5 frames. Seems like the title doesn't need the skip. So we're not going to skip that because we see the title fading too soon. Let's try that. Feels a little better. All right, so I think I'll probably start looking for someone to raid soon. I did want to work on some of the art, but I'm so like, my brain is so cooked right now that I don't think it's a good idea. I feel like I'd make sloppy decisions right now. But I will be back on Monday, and so that means I'm going to be spending the weekend probably on some debugging, getting the rest of this functionality built out. We pretty much got the meat of it. And then probably Monday we'll be back on like the background art, because I want to get that background art finished, because it's that basic background art that I'm looking at right now is like not good. Not making me happy. But yeah, I have to like add in the code so that the little cards in the interface are going to be centered under this little tree here. And whenever there's a new one added, it'll like shift over and add the new one. And then when you spend one, whether it's like from the middle or the whatever, they'll like readjust to be recentered, which will be I'm going to be having to create like an animation for each time that occurs, so we'll have like a reoccurring vector for that. And with that, I'm going to have to adjust the placement of the final card, the big card. So like currently if I add another one, it's going to add it to this position, the fourth position. So then it starts to overlap and get all weird. Yeah, that looks good. The title looks like it's fading at a good time. How about this one? That one goes a little early. So let's extend just that one. Final adjustment. So the card ease, and for the ones up top, so it goes a little early. So let's push that to the last 20% of the animation. One thing I was thinking about doing with the flame that like crops out the card, it would change to the color of the school of magic that it represents. So it wouldn't be green every time. That would just be for earth magic is green. And then, you know, blue for frost, red for fire, and purple for shadow. So like it would change. It's like a real easy change to make it fit the different style, because that could be just the little change that I need to like make me love it more. It also feels like I made it super wide because I'm trying to make it a universal animation. So that way, like the cards, since they overlap and they spill over the edge, I like it because they like kind of, you know, jump out at you a little bit. But it does feel a little wide when it's just not necessary. So it's like making it wide for every case when it might just be an edge case, which it might not even be necessary. Let's get rid of that extra characters on Raging Roots. Don't need to see that anymore. But it's coming together. It really is coming together. Here, we should just play it organically. Except there's one thing I wanted to do. I felt like the saw right now is a little too weak. I wanted to make it a little bit tougher. The steel tooth saw. What is your DPS? Why are you not doing much damage right now? Your knockback chance. It pretty much always knocks back, but it's not a super powerful knockback. Ooh, yeah, so its damage is really low. Not a super far damage spread. Crit chance. That's fine. Alright. Let's play around. The experience is like really low right now. And these like waves that I have designed right now are kind of messed up because they're all, it's like 3 waves and each wave has 50 characters of the same character type. So the way it times out, like when it has one enemy and it keeps like nursing that enemy based on that one wave, it drips out really slow. It's kind of hard to earn all that experience that I need to gain a card for like organically. Not enough enemies. I just wanted to see what it'd be like to like have a wave of like 50 orcs and see if it would handle it. And it runs fine when they all eventually come out, but the timing is like really piss poor. So if we rank these up, they will be able to fit that range. We'll eventually earn a card for real. I just need to design like a better set of waves, because this is just too slow. But we can just chill, let it run. Wait a second. Did I not earn a card? Oh, when I manually run the card, does it already spend all my experience? I didn't notice. Let's see. Pick a card. It should probably, that's probably why it probably resets it. Oh no. I don't know if I currently have it set to actually give me a card when the experience resets. I think the projectiles from the spike shot in Piranhas are still a little bit slow right now. I had slowed them down when I added like a new projectile trail just for testing, and I don't think I ever sped it back up or adjusted for it. Yeah, so the experience reset, but it didn't look like I got a card. Oh, that's still happening, huh? So if I put the mouse here, and the rollover's doing its thing. All right, let's stop it and let's look. Why in the player object am I not seeing that reset run? Because collected card does not equal true. Boom. That was why. So let's build that to fix that, and then let's actually just put together some legitimate waves so that we can play more organically and then actually earn give me a troll. Let's do 2 trolls. And this will be on wave 1, and then wave 2. We'll pepper some more orcs. And we will bring out, let's shut that down. Let's bring out a Stormcaster. About 2 of them. And then wave 3, some more trolls. Let's do 3 trolls, and then We'll bring out Dragon Riders. Dragon Rider 2. And for good measure, wave 4, we'll bring some more orcs to the party. All right. Bring it on. Now it should be more organic and good. Whoa, why did the experience bar like brown, get all brown? That was weird. We need to extend the range on the Thornblade. Since I like moved the nodes out, they did not get adjusted appropriately. So that is an issue. So let's adjust that real quick. Because that is gonna take forever if I can't use my Thornblades on that second node. So Thornblade. I want to fix that. Why was that X bar like looking funky? The hell was that? So when I get like a first hit, or where did that come from? What's up, Kindora? Yeah, I just realized. Got him. I read the name before I read the message. He's messing up my game, bro. All right. Now, and I didn't notice if it was showing the brown X bar. What was that? Got to set up some range, and then I'm gonna set up kill my barricade. Suck on that. Oh, we earned a card. Yeah, organic. I will take Raging Roots, even though it does nothing right now. It'll eventually do something soon. Let's upgrade everything. It'll be so much fun when like I nerf it so you don't have infinite money. So that you like can only do stuff as you earn it. Cause right now I can just like spam like upgrades everywhere. So it's like I can't even, it's like I just barely have time between upgrades basically. Oh. There we go. There was an issue. Look at that. Okay, so I need to add a detection. So basically, I need to add a detection so that when well, it's crazy that I added that extra thing, that extra like legitimately put a big old bug in there. So I need to make it so that when when the cards are being dealt, that you can't select them until it's completely flipped over and dealt. Because the fact that you're able to click like really fast like that, it breaks it. So I need to fix that. I need to prevent that excessive click. Usually I protect against that stuff. You got to make it so people can just like double click and go crazy. But the whole point is, since the, oh look, there it happened again. The X bar is all messed up. Does it go away when I earn some experience? Let's see. Yeah. So something's up with that. Shit. Probably need to toss one of these, do another Thorn Blade or Spike Shot. We're losing our projectiles. No shit. Oh no. I'm okay with doing some saw blades here. Let's test this. So I think I need to increase the range on the... Why is this infinitely going? Oh my god. Got so many bugs going on right now. Ever since I moved the nodes and stuff, like redesigned how the game works, things are kind of needing some testing. And sadly, I am not in debug mode, so... How did that get interrupted? So I think this weekend, what I'm going to be doing is kinking out some of this, the rest of the deck builder interface. And then I just need to stress the game and try to iron out some of these new bugs. Since I kind of move stuff around, there's things are kind of changed. So things aren't exactly functioning like they should. Maybe it's just that outside node. Does it have an issue? That seems fine. So what was it? Maybe it was because there was too many enemies, and as soon as it was about to intro, it was destroyed. Maybe. I hate intermittent bugs. It's fucking annoying. It's like now I have to like perfectly recreate whatever went on there. You're struggling with an error? We'll take it step by step, one step at a time. I'd already have game over right now, but I'm just trying to like get this bug. Well, I wrote it down, so I'm going to try to replicate it, but what the fuck? I think I just need to put in... Like, you're allowed to remove, like, you can sell back your Arcana, but, ooh, that was an issue. Oh my God, I'm finding so many issues right now. Now that I, like, brought in like a design like a waves that are actually challenging. It's like, you're getting in the way of my test. Get out of here. So this tooltip, quick menu tooltip. So I already made the, so we got to make sure that the quick menu tooltip So that I just didn't get to yet because I spread out the nodes so that they're like a lot farther now. And the fact that these tooltips are like bleeding off the edge, they need to be just on the other side. So I need to finish that. But I did like get the tooltip to work up here so that it doesn't like bleed off or anything. It looks legit. It's just so funny. Like I just unearthed like a bunch of bugs all at once. I'm going to be extending the art for the barricade. So it's going to be a bit wider. I just like duplicated it right now. So it just isn't fully built up yet. Does anyone know Godot in my server? They might. But yeah, let me, if you join in, I will give you the tree roll so you can see the share code tips. All right, I think I'm going to call it a day. I have myself a massive laundry list of bugs and some remaining issues. I already had like 3 bugs I needed to deal with, and then now I have 4 more. But bugs are generally not a big deal. Kind of just get through them. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me give you a you come into the Discord, I'll give you the tree so you can just see a few more channels. Discord's pretty small. I'll eventually be like adding more channels when we get into like play testing for the game. But for now, it's just like pretty chill. Okay, so that's... I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid. That's a wrap for me because my brain is dying. It's time for me to relax, but I'll be back on Monday, and let me start looking for someone to raid. And I'm slowly coming back to this time. I think in the past I would be going I went for 7 hours. A lot of my streams I go for like 12 hours. When I get like into a good production mode, I don't stop, but I'm literally just like, my brain is starting to get that fog, so I'm just not ready to be up this late yet. But I'm almost there. I'm just on that infinite 26-hour cycle. So I'm always like slowly inching forward sleep schedule wise. It is my curse. Yes. Yes. Dang, 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 dang. Let me see. Down, down, down. That guy's doing C++, but he It's in another language. In another language. It's hard to connect with people if they're can't speak their language. Okay. Sent you DM if you got time. I'll check it out, Brainless. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm like about to crash out. So I think I'm gonna start a raid soon, but every time we end stream we do our outro, which is very basic. We just play some music and hit the raid button. Not a big deal. But I think as we go, I want to see the tree one last time. So on Monday, I'm going to come back to this piece of art. So we've got the tree drawn. That's what we did last stream, and I'm happy with how this tree came out. There's still got to break up all the leaves and put them through an animation program, which just automatically like creates like a wave. You know, it's like a sophisticated animation that'd be really difficult to do manually. But otherwise, we just got to go through and draw the rest of these trees, the rest of this forest, yeah. So that's probably what Monday is going to be about, and then I'm going to spend the weekend to just debugging the turd out of this out of the game, because there's a number of issues that I'm seeing that I want to resolve. But yeah, let's start this raid. As for YouTube, I want to say goodbye to YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. So I'm gonna stop the YouTube stream. Be back on Monday. So have yourself a good weekend.